Nice.
But
Yo.
Hiyo. Can your computer handle that? Because that is a little intensive on the GPU. Or at least the GRAM, the VisRAM. Sorry, I meant VPU. My brain is all over the place today. No, I meant GPU. I'm going to shut up. I'm confused. I cast confuse on myself. I hurt myself in my confusion. Oh, I fucked up. I didn't buy a ticket last week.
Oh.
Oh well. I wouldn't have won anyways. I would have gotten 3 consolations, I'm sure.
I did.
Nothing.
But-
Alright, I'm done with that.
Just making sure, is my audio good?
Your audio is good.
Okay.
That works. Ah, yes. Yes, I know where we are in the story now.
Well, it seems to be part of the history of Hydaelyn. Hydaelyn was once whole and then ended up splitting into... What's the number? 14?
Including, yeah, a total of 14 pieces.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm surprised they haven't expanded that considering they've made 15 canon.
Yeah, but then again, what are the games that ended up falling to darkness?
Well, the only ones we know that we only know even at the point that we only know for a fact the state of 2 of the shards. 2 of the shards? Is that the right term?
I believe shards, yes.
Yeah, but I
We
thought
know
they
the
ended up
fate-
stating that 6 had fallen to darkness.
Yeah, but we don't know for a fact which ones. The only
Okay.
ones we know for a fact are 1, which you guys also know.
The first.
Yep. And we know 13, which is the Void Sent realm.
Interesting choice.
Because they say they're from the first. The Heroes of Darkness, or the Warriors of Darkness, say
Yeah.
that they're from the first. Yeah. Like, obviously, non-spoiler spoilers that they were telling the truth.
Was there a place to find some of this lore out before that happened?
Not that I can think of.
I
Well, with-
know that in the Black Mage storyline, you get snippets because they deal with the Void Scent,
Well,
but
yeah.
not in a huge way.
We don't get numbers. We just get, oh, this comes from a.
Well, you get
from...
more of the mythology and actual physics of, the world of 14.
Yeah.
Rift,
Confusing.
Complicatedly.
rift in the space-time continuum, essentially. And
Yeah.
given how Nier treats its alternate worlds, 100% possible that they literally just fell through the void from some outside universe.
Yeah. Yeah, just like when 16 comes out, there's going to be a tie-in event. I'm positive, but
Yeah.
they're not going to retcon and add an additional shard for it either.
Well, unless we get into some rather dangerous things where Highland breaks again.
Oof. Let's not actually.
That's
Okay,
bad.
that's an interesting response. Well, it's essentially a cataclysm of the most cataclysmic because everything from there has happened because of it.
That is accurate. Yes.
So having it happen again would be essentially if another big bang occurred in the universe.
Yeah, on top of the existing universe.
Which is not impossible as far as I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Just implausible.
But also bad.
It's bad.
Well, if it's an astronomical distance from us, we wouldn't notice it at first.
Yeah, it would take a while for it to destroy us. And actually, I guess technically it wouldn't necessarily. Well, and the other challenge is that through one means or another, all of the numbered games, or at least the main numbered games, are to some degree canonically part of this game, of this universe, of this shared universe. If it by no other means than the fact that they are all recognized with the heroes of light cards. Because there are 14 Hero of Light cards, one for each of the 14 other numbered games. Well, I mean, 12 and Tactics definitely exist in the same world. That's not only soft canon within their games, but hard canon, at least for 14th's interpretation within this game.
Yeah.
Not to mention there's a weird side nod to 9 in that as well that kind of weirds me out a little.
With our glorious revolution,
Because I'm not sure I want 912 and Tactics all to be the same world.
Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left.
Well, and that's the other thing, is that with what we have, I don't want to go too deep into potential. Well, is it really spoiler territory? Asher, would this be spoiler territory? What I'm about to say?
Probably.
Okay, then I won't. Okay. Yeah, because Asher knows where I was leading, and it's kind of weird, but I guess I probably would be technically.
Yeah.
Anyways, but yeah, yeah.
Yeah, let's not go down that road.
Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast.
Although that road does lead to us to a possibility where with 13 shards plus the plus this, we do technically still have a possibility for all 15 games being represented.
Yeah.
They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved
Which is not bad.
And they have murdered us. But no more. Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every.
Also, I'm messaging you something, Asher, because I literally just made a realization, but it's also deep spoiler.
Ah.
This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more.
Yeah, that is big. That is a big spoiler.
Yeah, but very accurate based on what we know.
Power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that.
Okay, enough of us talking about that. I just had to get that out of my system now that it was on my brain.
Mm-hmm.
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel.
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
All right. I'm out of the cutscene now. I go to invite. This person is currently in a cutscene.
Since you're trying to pay attention to the plot.
Okay, let's see. Actually, I just realized there's no point in me actually inviting you just yet. Because you do have a solo battlefield coming up before the next dungeon.
Because he's been leading the Alamigo resistance. He's a rising prominent person, and he's talking about having a power to finally free Alamigo.
Yeah. Plus, there's also mysterious crystal shipments. Fair warning, we will definitely get one dungeon tonight. I do not foresee us hitting the second dungeon, hitting another dungeon tonight. Well, there's only one dungeon left in the whole of Heaven's Ward. You're also incredibly close to the beginning of Stormblood. The problem is that the first dungeon of Stormblood is, I want to say, probably about an hour and a half to 2 hours into Stormblood.
Yeah.
Oh, without question. I expect us to finish 3.x tonight. Well, that'll put us to, yeah, I mean that puts us to the end of 3.x, very early beginning of 4.0. But as far as actually when you start needing to worry about hand and land out in 4.0 territory, you probably have until next week before you're really kind of falling behind. So yeah, well, that, or if we're all available, we choose to stream Saturday, which I know is sometimes a yes and sometimes a no and hardly mandatory, but I still voice.
Yeah. Also, in side note, I have done Puppet's Bunker again and gotten 2 pairs of pants.
Nice. One for Black Mage and one for Gunbreaker.
Yep. So.
My thanks, comrades.
Everywhere, wear hobo clothes. And your gloves.
You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom
And your
I've heard
boots.
so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I.
We are just
The
humble
Resistance has
paupers,
long,
sir.
and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are... Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals.
That's
You are
kind of
wrong,
disturbing right
however.
now.
If you think that we procured them to summon a primal,
Trials and the
we
expert
used
roulette
them to
require
reach an
deeps.
accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to
Expert is a
summon
weird
their
one.
god, they
Yeah.
will aid.
Trials, I've definitely seen it happen
Joking.
before.
Have you gone
Expert, that's a
completely
weird
mad?
one though.
When people find out
Yeah.
you helped the lizardmen summon Ifrit,
Oh,
they'll
wow.
turn on the resistance.
Apparently
And then
someone
we know
invited
they'll
Satan
never
to
be
my free
free.
company. Someone was like, Reaper and Sage are going to start at 70, right? And like a couple people were like, yes or should. And then someone said they should
This
start at
isn't a
1.
fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable hero. It's because
I
the
mean-
likes of you wouldn't
that's just
sully
a
your
level of
saintly
evil that I'm
hands
not
that
comfortable with.
Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years.
It's like, do you
But
want
the
a job
Griffin
that
won't
you,
stand for
like
it,
you've
and
done
neither
other
will we.
jobs like it?
We're ready to do whatever it takes.
Well, if you want to start Sage, you better start now.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals?
And I mean,
None.
for
But the
Sage, just
beastmen
like
have a
for
great big
Gunbreaker
pile
right
of things
now,
if you
and
fancy looking.
it's not as
You might want
as
to
big of a
hurry,
deal
though.
because it's not. It may not be the #1 hot commodity
Search our
role
camp if
anymore
you don't
because
believe me.
it just got
We have
introduced,
no
or it's
time.
getting introduced. But it still is going to have a higher a higher
If there is a
Q
cache to be found, Wither
prio
and I will find
than
it.
deeps. Doing
Yeah.
that to a deeps is just plain literal evil.
Then let
Doing
me
it to a
off.
healer, at least it's like, well, you know, get to 15 and just dungeon
Are you
spam your
perchance
way
the
to
warrior of
heaven.
light?
Or hell, use Palace to get to 15.
Aye. I thought so.
'Cause,
Also,
you know,
in the-
that'll take literally no
You should
time.
know that a great
Also,
many after you saved me
this was
too
something that we
once.
did
Helped
off
a
stream,
friend
me and
over in
Michael.
Quarry Mill make some medicine
Um,
I needed.
Remember our fight against
But that was a
Formidable?
lifetime.
Yeah?
On behalf of my brothers
I
and
found out
sisters,
something about
I
it,
thank you.
and because like I found like I was doing Puppets Bunker storyline,
Uh-huh.
and it popped again. I'm like, oh, okay, sweet, I'll just pop over there. And
I know that
apparently,
look, Ida. I
Formidable
do not
has
like
a move
it.
that sucks
Can't
people
sit.
in, and you actually want to be close in when that
I
happens.
Oh, if you get sucked in from close in, it's better.
You actually want to stay
If the
close
Griffin
in
and his men have their way,
because
it is
if
only
you're
a matter of time
outside,
before
he
the
does this
situation in
stupid,
Alamigo
huge
comes your homeland's
AoE
future
attack
teeters on
that
a
does
knife
not
edge,
have
and
orange
any
round.
reckless action, however small,
Yeah,
can
that's
have
what wiped me.
irrevocable consequences.
Yeah.
You mustn't lose sight
And I
of that,
thank the two
Ida.
healers that
When the time
helped me,
comes,
even
we
though they
must
were
all
already in a
make our
group,
choices,
by
but we
helping,
must do
by
so.
resing me every so often. Thank you too. I'm not sure if you're
If you
watching
happen
this.
to be watching, you are thanked for your assistance.
Yes. So now I'm sitting on 4 cogs instead of 2.
Nice, nice.
Oh, I actually have 6 more on a character. I have 10.
All right, because we got 6 when we did it.
Yeah. Actually, no, I think I got 6 when we did it back when it was new.
Oh wait, no, maybe we did only get 4 because I only have 4 on me.
I thought we only got 2, and then I got another 2 because I didn't join a party. So, and I was,
I mean, maybe. I don't know. That was before today.
yeah. So I just need to do Formidable one more time, and then I can get his mount. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. In the literal first town, which is the Western Quest Hub for the expansion, you will have access to buy up to, I want to say, 65s, or at least the initial tier.
This isn't right. The Emulger would ne-
Not willingly, no.
Well, here's the fun bit. When it comes to actual endgame, there are two paths. There are two schools of thought and two paths. There is the easier route, and there is the blood, sweat, and tears route. I personally am a proponent of the easier route because the difference is there, but it's not huge in terms of what you can get. It's second best in slot.
Right. Mayhap it is time for a change.
Which is using the scripts that you're starting to be able to get, except the white ones.
It's all a bit much, isn't it?
Yeah, farming white scripts, turning that into gear. That's what I have on all my crafters, is the white script gear. There is technically a better option, which is crafted, but the amount of effort required to make it is...
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncles, defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alizé!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear,
Because
then you
she's
shall
really
die
not
by
book
my
smart?
sword.
Because she's a fucking badass?
Nope.
Let's finish this.
No, she is not.
Yeah, she's sort of muscle wizard.
Do you want spoilers or non-spoilers?
You shall
I have faith you'll figure it out.
Ends now. What?
The chains!
You snake! He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed, but say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave. Even odds then. No matter.
They'll get diversified fairly quickly.
We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop. Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance.
I'm trying to think, who are we counting as Arcanists, other than the obvious of Alphino?
I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat
Ah.
them.
Well, when you consider Charlian, it sort of makes sense that they're all book styled.
It's true, because not in the sense of the job, but in the sense of the term normally, they are all scholars.
Make ready. They come.
Even the one who said that she's not much for book learning. I mean, yeah, if you're already spoiled, then yeah, she's currently in her in-between step.
She is in her proto form right now.
Yeah. Yeah, because basically she is what you're thinking of, but she's the before it really existed in the game, them just building something in the existing architecture. So later on, she does become much truer to what you expect for the class you're expecting. Because yeah, if we're counting anything that's in the trailers, then yeah, that's not a huge spoiler. Actually, if we're counting trailers, then that's not a spoiler at all.
Yeah.
Just like if you watch the attract mode for this expansion, there's technically no spoiler on a couple of other job changes either.
You mean Heaven's Ward?
Oh no, when I say I meant the current expansion, Shadowbringer. When you turn it on and you let it run on the start screen, it'll play an attract mode video, which is the old Shadowbringers trailer.
Yeah.
And in that you see a couple people fighting in a style that does not fit what they're doing in game as of Heaven's Ward.
there's a thing in front of her to target. Are you losing?
So after you do that, you just continue fighting until you have the option to do so again.
Essentially.
You can stall them by killing the mage. But that only works for a short bit.
I can feel it. Just a little more.
Hurry it up, neighbour! I'll crush you!
I'm guessing you failed?
Yeah, unfortunately, if it gets to that point, it just I mean, there's not really anything that can be done. It's just got to be kill things as fast as possible. Don't worry about it unless you have the mark to charge. Is really the only advice I can give. Yeah.
You shall fall to
Yay.
Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
Not like this.
All right.
So since that's done, once you're at a cutscene, I'll go ahead and invite you into party.
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We cannot, we will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbut. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
to have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea.
Speaking of people going with
From
people,
two
Sanger, why
worlds
did
do
you
we
join my
gather,
teleport?
and from two worlds do
I
we
don't
offer
know.
bounty of light.
It's like
In
I
this
oh
desperate
hey,
hour
teleporting
we do
somewhere. Maybe
beseech
we're meeting
your
up there, and then
intercession.
it's like
We
look up.
beg an
Wait a minute. Why?
audience with the
Oh,
word of the
I'm a
mother.
dumb butt.
With your
Yeah.
chosen
So literally
Minfilia.
all I'm doing while we're waiting on the dungeon to unlock is my free company leader just sent out a request for people to gather up electrum ingots and a couple other things. And I'm like, yeah, I can do a bunch of electrum ingots real quick. Because apparently he's already getting started on the tier 3 heat of battle buffs for when Endwalker comes out. Just stockpiling them. He's got like almost 2 full months worth stockpiled right now.
Minfilia.
So I figure if the request went out, might as well fulfill it, right? Or do my part too.
Blessed children of the
Hmm.
first. The light of your world hath
I
been
mean, come
blinded in
November,
its
I'm gonna be
radiance.
back on this character
But it is
most
not
of the
yet
time,
absolute.
so I'll be benefiting from them.
Yeah.
I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now.
I mean,
to
I have no
guide,
intention of being the first on the
as
server to hit
darkness
90
once did drown
or
the
to
light.
hit the end of 6.0. But, you know, I don't mind if I'm like in the top 100.
I will suffer this farce no longer.
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength longsword. and in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servants of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this. As one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
So done with the cutscene?
It is a
So
strange
almost
feeling.
done, probably.
Yeah.
So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lemine, for everything.
What'd you think of that plot twist?
I mean, the bigger question is which plot twist, because there was a couple of them in there.
Well, any, all.
You might want to accept. Well, I mean, you don't have to. We can always invite you later. Or why it still hasn't taken it? There you go. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I don't think that I. It was certainly not on my radar that that was happening when I played through it the first time. I just figured it was going to be a situation of, oh, you know, some other plot thread from that world will end up here. Not, oh, an entire expansion's worth of plot threads will cause me to go there.
Yeah.
Oof.
What happened?
Someone at my free company just logged in. Their name is Mead Cuisine.
Oof.
On the one hand, it's a little cute, but on the other hand, oof.
Yeah, that's
I mean, it kind of is, in a way, yeah.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the warrior of light? Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Yeah, welcome to a lot of cutscenes.
Yeah, that is accurate.
Yep. This is generally the case with most
One world's heroes are another world's villains.
Don't finish it.
One world's loss, another
Yeah, I see no
world's
issue
gain.
with you finish. I mean, and technically, 2 hours should be more than enough. A, to finish it, and B, worst case scenario is if you have to go into overtime to finish 3.x, you will definitely clear the boss and then some by then.
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well. There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well, presumably one of them is the real Griffin. Are you all right there? You got a little bit of a "I told you so" stuck in your throat.
What was the "I told you so"? Oh.
Yep. Yeah, as soon as you made that call, I was like, I'm not gonna say anything yet. Not to mention Slope fights to get into. You'd have a larger number of dimes than you thought you would starting out this game. I mean, secret. Really? Oh, wait, never mind. Sorry. Spoilers.
Yeah, I think I just got to where that becomes apparent.
No, you're not there yet. I'm thinking of one specific moment, and that's a little ways off for you yet, for both of you yet.
Oh, I thought you was talking about how Totoro was the secret antagonist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, the moment I'm thinking of is a little ways off yet.
Okay.
And technically, it's less antagonist and more shadow leader. Ruling with an iron fist.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin
All of a sudden,
without you,
I'm
leader.
reminded it's the opening of
Oriolje
Nier.
has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may...
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the warriors of darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my
Why are you voting
tenure as
against
commander of
Alphino?
Crystal Braves comprehensively
Come on, he has
demonstrated,
experience.
I
Oh,
lack the qualities
that is
required for such
experience.
That is
office.
a valid point.
I would
Yes,
much prefer to remain as
that
I
is
am now,
battlefield experience
a
of a
soldier in
negative
the
sort,
field, so to
or
speak.
commander experience of a negative sort.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate?
But surely
to take
he's
up
learned
the
his
position?
lesson from that, right?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and...
So
That
who
is
would
a
you
good
nominate
question,
as first in
actually.
charge?
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit...
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Tataru, are you all right?
I mean, she's perfectly nice and sweet and friendly and helpful.
It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed
I don't
on
know
the
why
floor
you would
that
think
I'm
of her as
worried
an
about.
antagonist.
Narco,
And she definitely is not holding a gun to my head as I say that.
please, you have to help. Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Oof.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you're
Well,
still moving
the
at all.
difference is that both of them duped themselves, essentially, because both of them were ruled by ego.
I took the
The
shortest
difference
route I
is
could.
Alphino realized that. While I don't think
brave you
Nero
and good.
really has,
I'm sorry, Ida.
I
accepted
would
the fact that he is an egotist.
I would
But I
counter
imagine
that
your
he
friends are wondering
revels
who this
in being an
bloody mess of a
egotist.
Nicote is.
Yeah.
My name is Minago, and I belong to the Arameidan
As far as being
resistance.
duped,
I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders.
oh no, I shouldn't
A
say
man
that.
who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
No, that's actually also a terrible
I've
option.
heard the name. Rumor
I
has
mean,
it
you're
multiple
very good at
reasons.
fighting.
to test his
You're not very good at leading.
Yeah.
Aye, and on no
You
easy
can be.
target.
You are an
He
you are a
managed to
source
assault
of
Belsar's
inspiration
wall
and
from
an
the
amazing
Aramegan
fighter.
side.
However, Commander,
What does
maybe
the
not so
Griffin
much.
possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
Because there's
mean-
a lot of day-to-day minutia
what I
that's
understand-
required in being a commander that would
There's-
require you
He
to
needs to
settle
start the
down
conflict
and
between the
not
Alliance
be
and the
adventuring.
Imperial forces stationed
There's
in
actually a
Aramega.
pretty good lore reason
To
as
have
to
Eorze's
why
armies
you're not
aid in the
wouldn't be
liberation.
good. You're not
His
very
grief
talkative.
Even should the
That
resistance
too.
succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation of hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must
I think
be
there's a lot of
informed.
people that would hesitate to put a Garlean, even
Agreed.
former
I shall
Garlean,
depart for Limsa Lez
in
forthwith
charge
to
of
seek an audience with the Admiral.
organizing lunch for
Thancred,
toddlers, let alone
Eldar is yours.
organizing an entire militia slash armed
Alphino
group.
and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive.
As he betrays us again?
Yeah.
You will be
Pretty
our
much.
voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric, and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed.
Oh, Isael?
I believe
Yeah.
that covers everything.
I could see
Let us be
Isael
about
in
our
that
tasks.
position. Estinian like the, yeah, Estinian decided to go on check off his bucket list since he retired.
The business of war was ever conducted.
He's not the
with
type to desk
coin
job.
of self-sacrifice.
He's already got the RV gassed up and is on the road, touring the world at large.
Yeah, he always struck me as a loner, even if it wasn't about being the, you know, the Azure Dragoon.
Yeah.
And so I shall embrace them. When the time comes,
I don't know about everyone else.
as you will yours.
Surely Urion J would make an excellent excellent desk commander.
Desktop commander?
Yeah, that's true. That is still a bit fresh for you.
No, it's not.
Thancred is a terrible choice because he's too useful as a field operative. Same for.
I don't think he would like it.
That is true. Same for Ida and Papalimo. Not to mention, splitting them just seems like a mistake.
Just to check with you, Eddie, where are you on the main quest? Oh, tidings from Girabana? Okay.
Okay. So yeah, we are getting very close. And by very close, I mean probably within the next half hour.
I don't think he'd be willing to. Though there would possibly be a fairly good chance of finding leadership within the Ishgardians, since they have been in a military war for the past 1,000 years. Heck, some might accept it because it is a change of pace.
Well, I mean, and by that same token, technically that would support Count Edmond because he stepped down. Yeah, well, I mean, short of someone else stepping down that would not and probably should not happen, like say either Big Papa Ishgard, who's Emmerich, or Lucia. There's no way in hell he's stepping down. I mean, I think she is a good choice because she would definitely get shit done.
Yeah.
Ooh. Now we're getting spicy. Not Race Valgar, because Race Valgar is ready to just be like, you know what? Okay, sure, we're
He's
cool
also
now, but
retired
fuck you.
effectively.
Yeah. But the one in is that Verdolfnir in Annex Shrine?
Yeah.
Verdolfner, yeah.
Not a terrible answer. Uh, well, the problem is the reason why one of the, if you remember, one of the core reasons why we wanted the place we're at now is because we want to get away from being within the territory of one nation. Dravanian is still technically Ishgardian territory, whereas Azisla sits in a comfortable space between 3 different nations, rather than inside any one border. There's some other options I could name that you haven't come to yet. I mean, I'm trying not to be spoilery.
Well, obviously we can't use any of the major city-state players because that would be a political interference of, like, you know, priority and duty.
Yep.
And oath.
Which
Past
is
that,
another reason why we're kind of off, because we are sworn to one grand company.
well, even that, barring that, we're also part of the Scions, so.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I know. Our trader friend from the very beginning. Traders are neutral.
Well...
Ish. Yeah.
Which trader is this again? Because I'm
the one
blank.
from the opening cutscene / the one that saves you after the escape from Molda at the end of 2.x.
Oh, trader, not traitor.
Yeah. Oh no, not traitor.
Yes. I'm going like, betrayers are trustworthy?
Yeah, they will.
I mean,
they will betray you.
Well, as far as I can tell, Nero is effectively AWOL, so he's also a traitor.
Yeah. Oh, you know actually who we have deliberately avoided and yet would have been an amazing answer? Sid non-Garland.
Sid!
Well, except I don't think he has any military experience, like he is a pure engineer.
I mean, he has a track
true.
record of getting shit done and of running a relative... Wait, no, actually, I'm sorry. No, never mind. Sid gets shit done as an engineer, but he's not really the powerhouse behind Garland Ironworks. The real nomination should have been Jesse. His second in command that actually organizes and controls everything. You might have
didn't do that
side
quest.
questing in late 2.x.
As you will
Mid
by
to late
now be
2.x.
aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession.
There's side
of
questing
certain
involving her. She comes up later in the story too. She's part of the Ironworks. She just isn't in as many quests as like Biggs and Wedge.
Unimpeachable source.
AFK for a bit.
Is that not so,
Yep.
Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire.
I don't know. I mean, one of the
When
1,000
Imperials
options
move
we
to
said
take it
might
back,
end up
they
being the
will come in
choice.
force, and the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
Considering we named almost every major NPC in the game, there's a pretty good chance.
The combined might of 3 grand companies.
Plot twist is
to
actually
contend with the
Kana-sana.
remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds
Until we
from
find out who the
reformation
new leader
to
of the
invasion.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn is. I don't know, Asher. How should I answer that question?
May I once more convey my
Don't.
nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain
How should I
upon our
answer
legend
that question,
I would
Asher?
fain remove.
Don't.
Okay, so I'm not going to
Elder
answer
Seedseer,
that question because I've
I
been
can
advised by
hereby
my
request
lawyers
leave
not
to
to.
deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people.
Yeah, that
I
that
offer
is
you
true.
my
Well, and
humble
the thing
thanks.
is that she already has
Gridania welcomes
kind of
your
her own thing with the Doman
It is
with
time
the
we set our
Doman
contingency
refugees,
plans in
so
motion.
she's kind of in charge of them.
Has the Alliance agreed?
Which, I mean, it's not necessarily a conflict, but
Then
at
let
the
us
same
make ready for
time,
war. Victory favors the
yeah.
swift. There is much to be done.
I know what you thought I was going to say, Asher, and I wasn't going to say it. Wait,
Oh.
I have a name I'm going to say to Asher. This name means absolutely nothing to you, and so just ignore it for now. Asher, going into that conversation we've been having about the future leader,
Why?
Hancock.
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. But something feels
Yep,
awry.
that's exactly what I thought you were going to think about that
Ready
one.
for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he
Efficient?
desired?
It works.
But, yeah, there are definite strings on that answer.
God.
Or oh, no. I have an even better one. And again, this is just for me and Asher. Shadowhunter. Tempting, isn't it?
Kind of.
I mean, at least, yeah. I mean, at least becoming a member of, if not actually becoming the leader of. It's real tempting if you put it that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it is. Okay, and we're out of that territory. There's got to be someone we're missing.
Well, you could always choose somebody from Alamigo, though. I don't know if there's that many prominent people from Alamigo or
Well,
leaders.
and that's part of the challenge is that you guys don't yet know any of the NPCs from Alamigo.
Well, other than Gundabald and the obvious Black Bull and Ilberd.
Mm-hmm. Well, other than the Black Bull, but he already has extremely strong ties elsewhere. That'd be the same kind of issue as putting... That'd actually be a stronger version of the same kind of issue as putting someone from one of the city-states. Because that's a high-ranking someone.
Well, yeah.
Plus, that puts us right back to kind of where we were with the Crystal Braves, where monetary controlling factors of Ul'dah get their grubby hands on the big picture instead of just the little side hustle. You're on Griffin on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all?
Oh boy.
Who's the sloppiest of them all?
God damn it.
I will find a way to work that into any conversation about that dungeon.
Simply because it's the most noticeable thing about it.
Yeah, it's one of them, yeah.
Since I'm pretty sure he actually uses that earlier.
Does he?
I think.
I mean, I might have just forgotten it. That's not bad for a night's work. I got a quarter stack of Electrum and a little over half a stack of Mithrite Sand. If I wasn't lazy, I probably would have done the ink instead, since that's the hardest one. But I am lazy, so no.
Oh, you mean actually crafting the bars or just?
Well, so the of the 4 items that are needed, 2 are purely mined, and 2 are crafted. I started to do one of the 2 that's crafted, but then I abandoned it because I remembered that I ended up donating all my shards to the free company some time ago. So while I have crystals, I don't have any shards. And then the other one that's craftable, I have the clusters for it, but all of the ingredients that go into it are a pain in the ass to get. Like, not necessarily because they're difficult, because I'm an 80 and there's 60 items, but because they're time locked.
Sorry.
Good. And who knows, maybe one of these days on my day off, I'll sit out here and make a bunch of those inks for them. But today is not that day. All right, if anyone's doing anything complex, now's a good time to wrap it up because we're getting real close. Sir? Sir, this is a Best Western. I don't know if I ever knew the one for Best Western. I can think of the one for Motel 6, but Well, unfortunately, that was me yes-anding into something that away from something I'd already done.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it kind of already is. It's dying a slow death.
Yet.
Actually, better use of our resources might be Asher looking it up while you continue your story.
Oh. There's fires on the horizon.
I'm sure that's entirely unimportant. Yep. Time of death, 8:29 p.m. Why do you insist on rushing it? You still have an hour and a half left until a couple of us have to disappear.
Yeah.
You're absolutely going to make it to and through in that time.
Oops.
Wow. Pardon me a moment while I rage quit the stream.
Hey, ready here.
Waiting.
All right. Sorry, one moment. Taking care of something really quick. Dagnabbit. You actually just canceled me changing classes.
Ah, yes, we are taking a minor.
Yes,
Yeah.
the best healing class.
Absolutely. Are you kidding?
They'll just mine the heal potions straight out of their bodies.
I mean, you know, if a botanist can become DPS,
Great, there's somebody named Boba Butt.
Yeah, but
Boba
in that
Butt?
paradigm, the Fisher would be the tank.
I mean, that's how you pull aggro. Eh? All right, let me head that list. Go to that list. All right, there. And activate.
Also, we did do a dungeon off stream just to help Eddie, and I did poorly.
Alas.
As a tank.
Well, that's because
We were
three
synced,
people-
and I died to Trash Mob. I will admit they were bees, but it was still a Trash Mob.
Trash mobs are as trash mobs do? I mean, what?
Oh, right.
I don't know where
First
that
things
was
first.
supposed to go.
There we go.
You're the realist?
Hey, buddy. Whoop. Also, that flying armor is the PvP mount that you get.
We kind of figured it would be. Also, how dare this archer ignore aggro table to hit me with a wind bite?
Mine. Am I beating up a pig?
No.
It's supposed to be a bulldog.
Oh. Oh, right. This is where the Final Fantasy VI bulldogs come in.
Yep. Fidos.
Okay, double checking.
I made a friend for you.
Seriously, that thing looked like it farted itself to death.
I mean, I'm not sure that's entirely wrong.
Key.
Yep.
Door.
Smash. Ew, it changed me.
It changed me too.
Oh no, one chained me and one chained you. Second key, second door.
Bigger door. Oh, hey, look! Final Fantasy 6. All right. Tank and spank like normal.
Relatively so. It does have a lot of dance. The biggest things are going to be, I think this one does line mines. If there's a big line across the screen, don't cross it, or it will be a bad day for you.
Okay. Ready?
Yep. I might also be thinking of a different fight, but thankfully we have audio, so I have the ability to kind of update as we, yeah.
Oh, hey, look, reinforcements.
Yep, reinforcements die.
That's Ray.
Get that away from everyone and get ready for a heal. I don't think I could have timed that better if I wanted to. That was actually kind of cool. Claw is a tank buster. I think at this point we've seen all the mechanics for this fight.
Sorry. Moving.
Oh god. Why are you both... Oh, you both took one of those to the face. Awesome. And you're both about to take another one to the face.
Yeah, but we should also not stack up when that happens.
Very much not. Absolutely correct.
Just making sure.
Because that is not a damage share, just damage half. That's a damage share, just damage doubled. Wait, no, not there. Over here.
No.
Oh yeah, this is where the filibuster gear comes from. Oh, yes. Conveyor belt fights. Nope.
No.
That's those. Now, see, we should have some more guests dropping in. There we go. It's not just the one claw, is it?
It's just the one claw.
Okay, no, next is the guests that drop in on us.
Yeah, I hear them.
No, I do not want that. No, or that, Jesus. They're not happy with me. Alright, next should be another conveyor belt. I think it's this one.
And this one, I think, is the two hands.
I think this is hand plus minis. I think the next one is either 2 or 3 hands by themselves.
Ah, wrong one.
You know the funny thing about Mudra? It's never the wrong one unless you call attention to the fact you did the wrong one. Otherwise, it's just you meant to do that. Think we have
Yeah.
another drop in next?
Because I'm pretty sure people who have played Ninja can tell when somebody is screwing up.
Probably, but
Since that only includes one other person here.
and considering I'm too busy holying. Alright, I think we're just about done with our conveyor fight.
Yes, because this one's going this way.
Yep. Welcome to the next boss room.
Armored weapon.
This one summons Magitech bits around the edges that will make our which make us dance even harder.
All right.
Otherwise, tank and spank.
Tanks, spanky pank.
I don't think this one even has a proper tank buster. Oh, no, launcher. Oh no, launcher is the AoE. Oh, shit. Don't do anything. Okay, it's over. Extreme caution, do not move, do not cast, do not let something finish, stop it and drop it. Okay, summoning. Oh no, it's this. Okay. Lots of tinies. And launcher getting ready to go off. Excuse you. Rude.
Oh. And then
Oh, nothing, nothing. Move now. So that's why I said nothing. Okay, we got more launcher activity.
Magitech bits.
Yeah, this is the bits. Watch for where the grid is gonna be. Oh, there we go.
Zoop.
Okay, we got another launcher incoming. Ah, nothing. Nothing at all. You're safe to move now. Eddie. Yeah. No. That's why I'm saying. That's why I was saying. That's why I'm saying move now at the end of it. Because yeah, that is how that pattern works. But you don't move until I say move now.
Or until the red debuff goes away.
Once the debuff goes away, as soon as you see that drop, that's when you're clear to move. Otherwise, you get exactly what you got there. You get damage, you get stunned, and you don't actually move.
Oh, goody.
No, I'm in a bad place. That worked.
Ah!
No, I don't want to be there. I mean, I want to be there. I just don't want damage on my face while I'm standing there. This gunship would die. That'd be great. Thank you.
this, everybody. Nope. Ugh.
Oh, no. Don't even worry about that. These are all weaklings. I was going to Medica too, but given how fast they were dying, that would have been a silly move.
Oh, hey, look. People.
Yep.
Because they're the false ones.
Yeah, these are the Griffin's people.
Oh, look, some more.
Yep.
Smack.
All told, they're not that impressive.
Copper.
And now, it's time.
Ah, yes. Time to beat up King Asshole.
Sloppy.
Sloppy seconds.
Pretty
Sorta.
much.
So things to know about in this fight. Oh yeah, I'll wait until after your cutscene, sorry. Doesn't it though? Doesn't it just? How does it feel knowing that he's essentially the final boss of the expansion? Hey.
Really, Eddie? Really?
Hey. I know it's an exciting fight, but calm. Yeah, it was.
If you had done that, I would have left you to your devices. Like, okay, you can tag the boss. I'll just sit back.
Look at me, Eddie. Look at me, Eddie. If you had done that, I would have done this.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Right.
So, biggest things on this fight, it's mostly tank and spec, but there are 3 mechanics that are kind of important to watch out for. One of which is flash powder. He'll get an eyeball on his chest as he's casting it. Look away, as usual, for that for anything with the eyeball. He's going to periodically throughout the fight, he's going to jump to one area and do an AoE that hits pretty much the entire field. You need to get behind his butt to save yourself from it. And the other one is that at I think once or maybe twice in the fight, he's going to drop a bunch of swords on the platform. We need to pick one and all take that one out so that we have a safe place to stand from the move he's going to do. All right, with that, let's do it. Let's get sloppy.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Sloppy. Yes, you are now free to smack him now.
Yeah, you are now free to move about the cabin.
How'd you like these?
Look away. Oop. Ah, shit.
No.
I hit the wrong button. It's okay though. Everyone made it. I was trying to rescue you, and instead I accidentally assumed you.
I got out in time, but that was my fault.
Lion's Head, I think this is swords. The sword I'm standing at, let's pick this one.
Okay, well, we have to wait until it shows up.
It'll be, now. Look away from him while we're doing this. I was sleeping on the job that time.
Who is
I'm
it?
better.
Gotcha.
Eddie, go help our healer.
Yeah, please rescue me. And that was what I was talking about by the fake out.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Alright, we got another sword storm coming. Let's do this one.
The one behind me.
Watch out for flash powder. He's doing it. Excellent. Take him down. Limit break ready.
Oh, sorry.
Do it. Oh god.
Okay, that could have screwed us over.
It worked though.
Better pants.
I hope those aren't better pants for you.
No, for our one.
Those are maiming.
Yeah, they're
no,
for him.
Maiming.
Isn't that
for
physical
his
DPS?
Dragoon.
Yeah,
that's Dragoon.
I thought
he's
that
on
was
Ninja right now. No,
Yeah.
remember at this point they split off. Dragoon
Oh.
has its own, Monk Sam has one, Nin has one, and Bard Mac Dance has one.
You've beaten me, aye.
There's a reason I'm constantly running out of space in my armory chest.
You cannot stop what I've begun.
Yeah.
Behold,
17 different sets for 12 classes.
Congo has left.
Alright, I am now going to take a short break as Eddie goes through his hour and a half of cutscenes.
Yeah. Significant cutscenes.
Yes.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Gods help us. What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Roger.
Yep.
Grant us the strength to crush.
There you are.
Yes,
As you
this
can see, our
cutscene.
infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand. You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you,
Yeah.
I see. But
Now things are
trust me
going to
when
get
I say
worse.
that such power was not
Really
meant for mortal
worse.
hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen so inured to the taste of defeat.
It was the
they
best
no longer
idea at
balk
the
its
time.
bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries.
They'll
only to
explain
be
why
greeted
it
with
was,
dull eyes and
unfortunately,
blank
after
faces.
this.
My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of
Actually, they were
Lotterito's
returned
coin,
by,
I doubt even those here now would have answered my
One of the
the
cries.
Asians.
Asians.
Take back our homeland. Free Alamigo. Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes, then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity
And I
itself.
returned.
Yeah, Eddie's just finding out about the Forbidden Jawbreakers.
Ah. And their potential use?
Yeah.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you
Well, they
will.
are technically a trump card.
Something to be held on to as a backup for when he inevitably failed.
pain, my longing. You shall have it all!
Kinda?
I mean, you're not entirely wrong by that assessment.
It's one that you haven't seen, Eddie.
That is an accurate assessment.
No.
This light, is it?
It is not unique.
His death completed
but
the ritual.
I think it's unique as a I always want to use the backup term of Esper. I think it's unique as an Eidolon, yeah.
Well, considering that technically it's a secret boss from the entry that it's from.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Timtamati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight.
Now that I think about it, I think most of the primals going forward are in that category of either they appeared but as a boss or they're less common, with the one exception that's an Esper from 6.
Yeah. Also, goodbye, Papalimo.
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Nope.
Yep, it will definitely never be an issue again.
Yeesh. I think the Gridanians are going to be pissed at us.
You think?
Just a tiny bit.
Well, let's just say this. I'm at the next major cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
That.
I'm sure it'll all be all right.
Nobody likes a tie at WrestleMania. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes?
You do.
I mean, I presume so. We've been through these quests.
Okay. Use the verb of what just happened.
It got narrowed?
No, it vanished.
Ah, yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. That is indeed a thing which just happened.
Yeah.
Okay,
A word, if you would, good sir.
wasn't this the challenger you were talking about?
It is
Ah,
within the
that
realm
challenger.
of Eorzea.
It's Grandpa.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose.
Character that could actually
This
be
here's
in charge of the
Vesper Bay,
army.
Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
You just didn't know about him.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Oh, Grandpa.
Hey?
That is true. I mean, Gosetsu would be another option. Although Gosetsu has a similar issue to Yuri in being mostly tied to the cause of Doma.
Yeah, and
Although
that
in
being
his
a
case, yeah.
that's a foreign interest that currently they're kind of a little
Yes,
bit
but
more.
as a selection for a neutral party with commander experience, he's pretty close.
I mean, I don't know that I would consider him commander experience.
Okay. Too much, I'll fight this and brawl and
no.
let somebody else do the thinking.
A little bit of the latter, but not of the former.
More than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs.
He is what you expect him to be, a true samurai.
Yeah.
Duty comes before all.
I'm the shield wall that my prince may live.
Or my lord may live.
Well, yeah, obviously his loyalties would be too demanding for him to actually ever serve in any other capacity.
Yeah.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Wait, who just teleported to Gridonkia?
Not it.
Okay, there's only one person. Screw it, I'll teleport.
Well, you should be seeing me here.
Well, yeah,
well,
but
you're not in the party, Eddie.
No. Eddie's in the party. MPX.
I'm not.
Oh. That was the other way around.
Well, if you see an orange name tag, that's me.
I mean, like, it could be one of the other people I have friended on here.
Yeah, I see
That is a
you.
possibility.
And again, I guess you don't see me.
Of course, I still have the fun bits of people
Lag.
loading in. So.
See? House 4 times night. Baron Gungemer.
Gugimar. Baron Gugimar.
Uejima.
Dear friends,
Baron
I'm
Googly
still
Eyes.
mispronouncing it.
thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would
Ueja.
dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's wall demands
Baron
that I
Gungnir.
forgo such pleasantries.
No, that's too good of a name. Oh my God! There was somebody by the name. It was a patat with the name of Free
According to
Range
our most
Chicken, and they were in the
recent
chicken
intelligence,
outfit.
the cocoon of light that formed
I mean,
in the air
okay,
above
fair.
the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, our
E2
tower has
MPX.
confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
I don't know much French, okay?
Technically, that was Latin. Etoile would be French.
God is indeed trapped within.
Ouais, à couper les fromages.
I'm sorry, the only word I got was cheese, which I'm therefore interested in the sentence.
Who?
You've never learned teaching French with Freakazoid?
Frenching with Freakazoid.
I'm afraid I have not.
Ouais, à couper les fromages. Who cut the cheese? Who cut the cheese?
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon. Of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a
I
moment.
have gotten a full stack of Mithrite sand.
Veterans
All
of Court
999?
likened
Plus
the
an extra
destruction
5.
to that wrought by the
Oh,
fiery
jeez.
wrath of Bahamut.
Well, if it's for your free company, best of luck.
Yep, let me go drop it in the free company chest. And then it's their problem to deal with.
So the primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
I mean, I was told they need sand, so they can have a full stack of
however,
sand.
a small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
Your man, eh?
Pleasure to see you too, Garland.
You've selected
Now, if
husbando?
you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should
Is
be
his
begging
name
me for my assistance,
Nero?
that would be most appreciated.
Oh, you have
Obviously,
selected
he's
poorly.
getting motivated.
I mean, you know, it is what it is, I suppose.
Yeah.
Who is this man?
Oh, terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm
Should we
something of
let
a
this
free
random
agent.
vagabond in?
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanau since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland.
All those years studying side by side at the academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
You make
I worry
Ember.
about the future.
Yes.
He makes me grind my teeth, is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega.
Isn't it cool when that
Sid,
happens?
I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
You have no idea what you just signed up for, don't you, Eddie?
You're not a villain, you're just chaotic neutral.
Something else.
Oh. One single person encounter, a huge cutscene, and in the middle of one.
You are almost there.
To the far edge of fate.
Headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Oh, I guess I finished it.
Aha.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this
Have
time.
you looked at Shakespearean?
Shouldn't waste it.
I mean, not everybody is Uranger.
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed... Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this...
Oh no, somebody's gonna be tackled.
'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so soon.
Aw.
Now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma
As
calls her daughter
tackling?
home.
No, his grandpa tackling somebody.
Hmm.
It is not
About
so simple,
what
Gosetsu.
would seem to
There are
be
obligations which bind me here.
Nutella waffles?
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality
I
must
mean,
be
you
honored,
scoff at it, but
surely
that's not
the
a terrible
bound to defend
idea.
your master
No,
demands
that's
that-
somebody's name.
It was
Oh,
our
okay.
master who bid me guide
Then
our
scoff
people
away,
to
'cause
safe
that's a
haven
terrible
by
idea.
any means necessary. And it was the scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality,
Mayhap that is so.
there is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curs of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Oh, you finally got the suit? Oh.
No, it's coming up soon. Yeah, no, that's the suit. I'm heading back over to my alt for, while we go through, since I'm not actually needed in game, just as color commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, that suit is actually really cute in when you change the color around on it. I use it in white or blue depending on the what I'm doing with it. Zidane uses it for his crafter outfit in blue, and Damien, my alt, uses it as his healer shirt, as his healer top in white. Not sure how it would look in red though. Okay, not sure how it would look in purple though. I'm sure you will.
Behold their crimson hue. Are these final text things always sort of a hint as what the next expansion is going to be called?
Somewhat.
Either that or they're a reference back to what happened previously in what you just left.
Well, it's like
Or
the final line is literally a storm of blood.
Mm-hmm. I mean, keep in mind that when that patch was released, Stormblood had already been name dropped.
Okay. In other words, it's not like, oh, hey, another 3 or 2 months before the expansion drops, in terms of at least name dropping our announcement.
Okay. Yeah, the name drop tends to happen quite a ways in advance, as with Endbringer. Endwalker.
Endbringer.
I mean, we already have yeah.
This joke again.
Heaven Reborn.
And Blood.
Now, where was that?
Okay, another expansion shock thing. I feel like the audio has changed.
I've enabled the
Well,
teleporter. One brief jump and we
well,
shall
it's
arrive
not
at
that the
Never's
voice
control
acting
room.
has changed, which was a real big shock back then.
You've been here before.
When you're going straight through the campaign, it's like, oh, hey, look, it's Alphino, slightly whiny.
But how could I ignore the existence of
Then in a matter of minutes, it's like, what? Who's this person?
It's slightly more common and self-assured, Alphino.
Well, you remember the joke I said. Doesn't Ishgardian coffee make your balls drop?
I actually don't remember that joke, and that is actually pretty funny.
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
Actually, that is a good question. Okay, first of all, where are you in the story right now, Eddie?
Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it.
Oh, green guy with zits? Or acne?
Ah, yes.
We stomped him before.
We did?
Yes.
When?
Rue your choice of opponent this day.
What was that really weird one? Weird one where it's like nobody does the mechanics because you can just tank and spank him through the entire thing.
Well, yeah, he's wearing one of the shields, but he's also using the hammer that Nero used.
No, I know who you're thinking of. That's not Riaton.
Oh, that's not Riaton?
No, Westwind is Riaton Salsarvina. This is Gwenwit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, all of those Power Rangers died. And this is a different Power Ranger.
Well, I mean, when you say all those Power Rangers died, one of those Power Rangers was Nero.
Well,
Nero.
he's the Red Ranger. Of course he's going to live.
It's all over now.
And we have no clue what happened with the Black Ranger.
Or the White Ranger.
But I thought we got confirmation that the White Ranger died. Like, in...
Oh, right. That's true.
We did get confirmation that she died?
Because her sister is the second in command of Ishgard right now.
Ah, right.
Wait, she has a third sister?
Huh?
Oh, wait, no, sorry. Ishgard, not Garlemald.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, Garlemald.
Yeah, but is it silly that I call them Power Rangers?
Especially when the Black Ranger gets in his Zord.
God.
Or how this fight ends that Eddie's in. Of his own story.
No holding back.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
It's all over now.
No retreat. No surrender.
Oh, right. No, I like I said, I went back over to my alt to work on story, and I just met a certain child in the desert.
Oh boy.
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
I have you!
You watching, Pabalino?
Your defense is lacking.
With soul and steel!
No holding back.
An opening.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
It's all over now.
No retreat. No surrender.
Oof, the name some people give their chocobos.
What happened?
I just ran by someone fighting next to their chocobo whose name was Dinner.
Tis my right to strike!
Practical person.
This one'll sting.
Was their name the King of Hyrule?
No.
Leave this to me.
Then
I
it's
actually
not.
didn't pay attention to that part. I just was like,
That's a different angle.
I have you!
You watching, Pabalino?
Oh yeah, Eddie, you're about to hit the cutscene, aren't you?
Your defense is lacking.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing? What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
About to unleash Omega.
Oops.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
So let's see what popped out of the egg.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's definitely a dragon.
Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Excuse me.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
It gets explained.
Yeah. The specific significance of it becomes clear shortly.
Finally on the far edge of fate.
So yeah, like I said, we might not have completely completed 3.x before 10 o'clock, but we got some good progress. And from here, it's literally just burning down cutscenes to hit 4.0.
Is that mountain range because of us?
No.
Well, I mean, technically.
But also no.
Really?
I think I know what you're thinking of, and the mountain range is not because of us.
Sloppy.
Well, it's at 10, so...
Yeah.
Yep.
I wish everybody a good night, and best of luck.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
I'll stay on. Uh, well, it's fairly easy to access the next area afterwards. Mhm.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbird's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
It might be possible,
But there is.
but
I
it would
can't
have to be
hide
thin
from
hair.
Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. She was... But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too. And I know... That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so... I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
Well, it explains some of the interactions and such. I mean, yeah, it is a bit weird to have, like, it wasn't me, it was my sister the entire time.
Knowing what you know now.
Well, I think that would have been played out. Honestly, I think the fact that it's just sort of like we understand that's a plot line we've seen and done, but seeing just simply the resolvement of it is a bit different. I mean, essentially, the Ida we've known is this same person that we are dealing with. It's not like, you know, oh, hey, I'm replacing this character, but I'm the same person, which was sort of bad. Yeah, there's one major after screen credits cutscene stuff, so. How long were you planning on streaming? Just simply a bit further into Stormblood? Okay. No. I thought somebody tried to name it before that. Okay, Shinryu is oftentimes, it's funny because, okay, Shinryu and Omega are often secret bosses. Like, I think the one which I'm thinking of is Final Fantasy V, where both of them are secret bosses in the final dungeon.
Will the Empire respond to the
And they're essentially like
Forgive me.
meant to be, you know, for those people who which have understand the entire mechanics of the game.
Alphino, a message from the
And, you know,
Alliance.
essentially post-game content.
Pray summon the others at once.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
know if they've had much success outside of that. I don't know how many post-game stuff you do. Well, probably not Final Fantasy 15.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
I don't know if Shinryu or Omega actually showed up in that.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Wow, rude, Alice.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say,
Do you ever talk to
Lys
any of
is,
the
given her
characters
personal connection
outside
to
of the
Resistance.
cutscenes? Oh, outside.
Who better than you to broker an
You can.
agreement between the Alliance?
There's actually quite a bit of dialogue and characterization. Yeah. I would presume it'd be pretty difficult to do that well on stream because it's like a ton of dialogue in time.
As for who should accompany you on said
Thing is,
diplomatic
Alice
mission,
just called me out for never using glamour prisms.
Talking part.
Yes. No, I have. But it's like, have you ever used one? Why am I asking? Of course you haven't.
Good point. I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep
Ultimately,
watch for
most
signs
of the time, it's just sort of reconfirming like
capable as
certain
my
plot points and things like that.
It
And
is settled,
sometimes
then.
it's
Let us each see to our
meaningless, chatter. Like, oh, we're here to talk to Robon.
Ready, my friend? Well then, Tataru, I leave the...
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's Toll stands as a testament to that.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time... I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. Let all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, for my own...
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate, together.
I should like that very much.
Oh, hey, this is a city. I should not just attune to the main Aetheryte, but all the sub-Aetherites. You haven't deleted your Aether Compass, right? Okay, because I found an NPC that does hand you another one if you lose it. Well, there are some Aether Currents on the way.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
What's this that you're talking about? Sounds like it. Yep, we're back to ground pounding.
I remember the old stories. How the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place, and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
Neat. Okay. Don't worry, there's only 2 sub-aetherites in this area. And there's a quest that goes around, so don't bother going out of your way to lick those. You'll have time. I think it's going to... I think it sort of occupies in a sense where Ishgard is, in terms of like, oh hey, it's your first major outpost into the expansion. But I don't think it's the main city. Think of it sort of as Tailfeather or Annex Shrine. More of an outpost than an actual major city. Okay. So keep watching, folks. Yep. Mm-hmm. Night.